Goru. Dakle, želim svima dobro jutro i dobrodošli su svim našim poštovanim gostima koji su nam se priključili danas na 11. samitu o ženskom političkom liderstvu koji je priređen od strane parlamenta, odnosno Skupštine Crne Gore na temu pozitivna budućnost, izgradnja povjerenja, kako voditi u napredak. Vjerujem da ste jako uzbuđeni što ste ovdje u ovoj divnoj zemlji Crnoj Gori i što ste se pridružili ovom skupu. Ja se zovem Nemanju Gangera. Ja sam generalna sekretarka ženskog političkog liderstva i ja ću voditi program danas. Znači, morat ćete da me slušate cijeli dan. Tokom našeg samita slobodno možete da podijelite svoje uvide, mišljenja, da postavite pitanja koristeći naš hashtag Summit 2025. Na svojim društvenim medijima možete da koristite naš nalog, a imate ovdje i prevod na engleski, crnogorski, francuski, arapski, španski i italijanski. Dakle, kanali su 0 za engleski, 1 za crnogorski, 2 za francuski, 3 za arapski, 4 za španski i 5 za italijanski. Da dalje ne oduzimam vrijeme, želim da predstavim naše izlagače koji predstavljaju domaćine ovog samita. Njena ekscelencija Zdenka Popović, potpredsjednica Skupštine Crne Gore. Molim vas aplauz za nju. Silvana Koch-Merin, predsjednica i osnivačica ženskog političkog liderstva. Dr. Obi, predsjedavajuća odbora ženskog političkog liderstva. I imamo posebnog gosta, odnosno posebne goste. Molim vas da poželite dobrodošlicu potpredsjednicima.
Poštovane dame i gospodo, drage kolege i koleginice, dragi prijatelji. Velika mi je čast da vam se obratim danas u ime Skupštine Crne Gore na otvaranju samita WPL-a, koji prvi put okuplja žene liderke ovog formata u Crnoj Gori i na Zapadnom Balkanu. Današnji dan je poseban ne samo za Crnu Goru, već i za čitav region. On je potvrda da rodna ravnopravnost nije više samo tema za govore, već konkretan politički prioritet. Kao potpredsjednica Skupštine sa ponosom mogu da kažem: Crna Gora više ne prati, Crna Gora predvodi. Kao zemlja koja je najdalje odmakla u pregovorima sa Evropskom unijom, mi gradimo evropsku budućnost u kojoj će ravnopravnost biti temelj našeg identiteta. Crna Gora je spremna da bude prva naredna članica Evropske unije i zato želimo da u evropskoj porodici uđemo ne samo kao politički partner, već i kao pozitivan primjer društva koje ulaže u jednakost, dijalog i inkluzivnost. Donijeli smo važne odluke koje su promijenile politički pejzaž naše zemlje. Podizanjem zakonskih kvota za zastupljenost žena u parlamentu na 40%, poslali smo jasnu poruku: mjesto žene je tamo gdje se donose odluke. To nije samo zakon na papiru, to je jasan signal da Crna Gora želi biti primjer ne samo zemljama u regiona, već i mnogo šire, jer Pokazujemo kako se politička volja može pretvoriti u stvarnu promjenu. Rodna ravnopravnost nije žensko pitanje, to je pitanje pravednosti, demokratije, stabilnosti i razvoja. Zemlje u kojima žene učestvuju u političkom životu donose kvalitetnije odluke, imaju snažnije institucije i otpornija društva. Crna Gora to sada dokazuje, ne samo riječima, nego konkretnim potezima. Zato je posebno drago što se danas ovdje iz srca Crne Gore obraćam svima vama, šaljem poruku da je ovaj summit otvoren. Otvoren za iskreni dijalog, otvoren za razmjenu iskustva, za kritiku i što je najvažnije za konkretna rješenja. Želim da iz ove sale izađemo sa idejama koje će postati zakoni, sa preporukama koje će postati određene politike i sa posvećenošću koje će postati snaga jedne globalne mreže žena liderki svijeta. Zahvaljujem vam. I na kraju ovog govora želim da kažem da se danas trebala obratiti nama i ministarka turizma, gospođa Simonida Kordić, međutim, ona je zbog saobraćajne nesreće koju je imala juče povrijeđena i nalazi se u bolnici, da je poželimo svi da se brzo oporavi i da je poželimo da nastavi da se predano bavi pitanjem rodne ravnopravnosti, sem pitanja turizma kojim se inače aktivno bavi. Zahvaljujem svima.
Silvana, you're welcome for your opening remarks.
Silvana, izvolite.
Good morning, Your Royal Highness.
Dobro jutro, vaša visosti, predsjednici, premijeri, ministri, poslanici, dame i gospodo, dragi prijatelji. Kada me ljudi pitaju zašto je Crna Gora savršeno mjesto za ovaj summit 2025. godine, ja kažem, pa samo pogledajte oko sebe. Pogledajte, osvrnite se oko sebe i pogledajte. Crna Gora je mala, tako je, ali ima veliki duh. Veliki duh i velike ambicije. Ova zemlja je uvijek bila na raskršću kultura, gdje se planine sreću sa morem i gdje ljudi znaju kako da požele dobrodošlicu i ugoste cijeli svijet. Ne govorimo ovdje samo o pejzažu, govorimo o liderstvu, o hrabrosti i viziji. Da li ste znali da je prva žena na Balkanu koja je vozila automobil bila zapravo iz Crne Gore? Početkom 1900-ih princeza Ksenija je vozila u vrijeme kada su automobili još uvijek bili misterija. Možete zamisliti, ona je vozila automobil, lokalci su gledali šta je ovo žena za volanom, je li to uopšte moguće. Po prvi put su mnogi vidjeli zapravo ženu da upravlja, da preuzima na sebe vođstvo. Dakle, to je Crna Gora. Dakle, država koja ima žene koje postižu, koje su pioniri i postižu mnogo raznim oblastima. Danas Crna Gora nastavlja tu tradiciju, to je mjesto gdje se razgovara o liderstvu, toleranciji i izgradnji mostova između nacija nekako doživljava kao potpuno prirodno. I zato održavanje ovog našeg samita ovdje podrazumijeva želju da zapravo preuzmemo inspiraciju od zemlje koja upravo otjelotvoruje otpornost, otvorenost i volju da se gleda naprijed. Bez gospođe Popović, bez njene otpornosti i odlučnosti, mislim da ovaj summit u Crnoj Gori ne bi bio moguć i ja želim posebno da joj se zahvalim na tome. No ima još nešto što bih željela da pomenem, a to je obim. Već sam rekla, Crna Gora nije najveća zemlja. Dovoljno je mala da svako sa kim se sretnete nekako vam je kao dio porodice. Ako ga sretnete drugi put, velike su vjerovatnoće zapravo da se to dogodi. Crna Gora je poznata po tom prijateljskom odnosu i gostoprimstvu. Mislim da je jako važno da svjetski lideri malo obrate pažnju na ono što se ovdje dešava. I taj osjećaj intimnosti, prijateljstva je upravo ono što čini ovaj naš summit posebnim. Nismo se izgubili u gužvi, nismo nepovezani, upravo suprotno, povezani smo licem u lice i izgrađujemo povjerenje. Dakle, prisjetimo se ovdje princeze Ksenije i te njene hrabre vožnje i želim da svi ponesemo taj duh sa sobom. Žene koje uzimaju volan u ruke, koje upravljaju i voze ka budućnosti i pokazuju svijetu da liderstvo ne znači veličinu, već hrabrost. Hvala vam.
And now,
A
the very
sada,
best, eloquent and mighty Dr. Obi, our board chair. You're welcome.
naša predsjednica odbora, doktorka Obi.
Good morning, ladies. and
Dobro jutro,
gentlemen.
dame i gospodo.
What a delight to be in this
Zaista mi je
country,
pravo zadovoljstvo
Montenegro,
što sam u
and to be
Crnoj Gori,
in the room
što sam u prostoriji, kao i obično, sa tako puno prijatelja koji su došli iz različitih zemalja svijeta. Mislim da ih je oko 65 ukupno. I zaista mi je posebno zadovoljstvo kao predsjednici odbora da vam svima poželim dobrodošlicu. Dakle,
Excellencies, distinguished leaders,
vaše ekscelencije, uvaženi lideri, dame i gospodo, dragi prijatelji, zaista mi je izuzetna čast da vam poželim dobrodošlicu u Crnu Goru na naš ovogodišnji summit ženskog političkog liderstva i posebno želim da istaknem činjenicu da ima značaje to kad su žene na pozicijama odlučivanja.
sister, the vice president,
To dokazuje i potpredsjednica
parliament of Montenegro,
Skupštine Crne Gore,
such a seamlessly conducted.
koja je omogućila da ovako sjajno organizujemo ovaj summit u Crnoj Gori. Dakle, molim vas još jednom da je pozdravite aplauzom, da joj se zahvalimo liderstvu u procesu organizacije ovog samita u Crnoj Gori.
And the gathering of this
Okupljanje
vast number of powerful
ovako
women leaders
velikog broja žena, liderki, nije samo zapravo predstavlja vrlo važnu poruku koju šalje ova zemlja da zaista želi da razvija saradnju i povjerenje, jer to jeste tema ovogodišnjeg samita, pozitivna budućnost, izgradnja povjerenja, put ka napretku, što je zaista važna tema i urgentna tema za razmatranje u ovom svijetu koji je jako poljuljan danas. Ako imamo povjerenje, čak i najveći izazovi mogu da se transformišu u šanse. U svijetu u kojem nedostaje povjerenja, vrlo je teško naći kolektivna rješenja za veoma ozbiljne probleme. Kao predsjedavajuća odbora WPL-a smatram da je jako važna ta zastupljenost žena koja pokazuje da žensko liderstvo nije simbolično, već transformativno, da transformiše društva. Kada žene predvode,
peace endures,
mir
and
opstaje
economies grow more fairly.
i svi pravičnije živimo. Društva kolektivno napreduju,
Representation alone is not
ali sama ta
It must
zastupljenost
translate into influence.
žena u politici nije dovoljna. Potrebno je da preraste uticaj, odgovornost i promjene.
Men who have not done well with women who will not do well. Is that what we're asking for?
Dakle, mi ne želimo da žene samo budu tu uz muškarce koji ne rade dobro svoj posao. Mi želimo da žene koje su uspješne zamijene muškarce koji ne rade dobro svoj posao, a ne žene koje ne rade dobro svoj posao da dođu na mjesto muškaraca koji ga jednako dobro ne rade. Dakle, trebaju nam žene u parlamentima, u izvršnoj vlasti, ali to nije dovoljno. Moramo to prevesti u pravi uticaj, odgovornost i u krajnjem u promjene. To je prava moć.
It is this covenant that we owe our citizens
To
who place
je
their trust.
ono što će izgraditi povjerenje u naš rad.
To you not
I
only
ja vam se danas obraćam ne samo kao globalna liderka, već i kao žena iz Afrike.
to Montenegro. And so I want to do a shout out to my fellow sisters and brothers from the continent of Africa.
Dakle, evo, mogu da kažem svima, dolazim sa drugog kontinenta, iz
I
Afrike,
really believe in my continents.
i duboko vjerujem u svoj kontinent i u njegov potencijal. Afrika ima najmlađu populaciju od svih kontinenata. Prosječna starosna dob je 44 godine. Dakle, to je jako važno. Afrika je, dakle, najmlađi kontinent. Ima preko 1,4 milijarde ljudi, pola njih su mlađi od 20 godina. To je jako dobar kapital, jer do 2050. godine 85% globalne radne snage doći će iz Afrike. Dakle, to jeste značajan kapital, izvor energije, kreativnosti i nade za ono što će se dešavati u buduće. Dakle, ne postoji budućnosti bez Afrike i izbori koje mi učinimo na mom kontinentu uticat će na sudbinu čitavog svijeta. I zato je vrlo važno da žene u Africi budu na važnim pozicijama, na mjestima odlučivanja. Međutim, ta nada nije dovoljna sama po sebi. Ja volim nadu koja se zaista pretače u realnost i zato vjerujem u žene. Žene se ne nadaju, žene ulože napor da to pretoče u realnost. Naši mladi moraju vidjeti da kod njihovih lidera postoji konzistentnost, integritet, kompetencije i svrha. Dakle, moraju vjerovati da politika nije igra, već da je zaista jedno sveto povjerenje. Mi smo vidjeli tu eroziju povjerenja i veliki deficit liderstva u mnogim zemljama svijeta. Žene će to promijeniti. Vidjeli smo tu eroziju povjerenja, suprotstavljanje napretku, trenutke gdje smo imali vrlo krupne rizike. Međutim, mi se ne možemo povući. Ta nejednakost neće nestati sama od sebe. A mi ne smijemo da se umorimo. Evo, moram vam to sada reći. Nemojte da se umorite i nemojte sada da posustanete. Tek smo krenuli da radimo. Dakle, na tu nejednakost moramo odgovoriti krupnim aktivnostima i obnovljenim ubjeđenjem i vjerom u bolju budućnost. Dakle, želim da kažem, ovo će biti sjajan summit za sve nas. Mi ćemo ostvariti napredak i zato smo i došli u Crnu Goru. Hvala vam puno.
A big round of applause for opening ceremony.
Molim jedan veliki aplauz za ova uvodna izlaganja i za
Our
otvaranje
board chair,
samita.
Dr. Obi, said we should tell each other, don't
Naša
get
članica
tired.
odbora
But you were not loud enough.
Obi je rekla da treba jedno drugoj da
can
kažemo
we make
da
it
se ne
louder?
umorimo. Nismo bile dovoljno glasne. Možemo li
Don't
glasnije?
get tired.
Nemojte se
One more
osjećati
time with
umorno,
enthusiasm.
nemojte se zamoriti. Hajde još jednom sa
Don't get
entuzijazmom.
tired.
Nemojte se
And she
umoriti.
ended that we'll make progress.
I ona je završila
And this
sa
is
tim
why
da ćemo ostvariti
WPL
napredak.
Summit
I
is
baš zbog
exceptional
toga je ovaj
because
summit
we have
izuzetan,
very great
zato što
leaders like
smo
yourselves here, and indeed
okupili velike
we will make
liderke
progress.
kao što ste vi ovdje i zaista ćemo
Once again, thank you
ostvariti
very much,
napredak.
Excellencies, for these
Hvala vam
very
još jednom,
uplifting
vaše
words.
ekscelencije,
As
za
we
ovako
commence our
inspirativna
deep
izlaganja.
dive into the theme of future
Na
positive
početku našeg zaranjanja u mnoge teme vezane za pozitivnu budućnost, izgradnju povjerenja i vođenje napretka.
climate pressure,
Kako liderke mogu da izbalansiraju klimatski pritisak, zahtjeve za hitnim djelovanjem. Razgovarat ćemo o svemu tome. U našem prvom panelu ćemo upravo se doći tih pitanja vezanih za energetiku i tih izazova i razgovarat ćemo o tome kako izgraditi povjerenje, kako bismo mogli napraviti snažne koalicije
energy transition.
koja će obezbijediti energetsku tranziciju koja će biti pravedna i sigurna. Želim da pozovem naše paneliste,
Member
Ahud,
of State Council of Oman, Your Excellency,
član
welcome
Državnog
on stage.
savjeta Omana. Izvolite, ekscelencijo.
Biljana, founding partner and CEO of Sustainary Partners.
Biljana
Welcome on
Brightwhite,
the stage.
osnivačica
Her
i
Royal
izvršna
Highness
direktorka
Princess
Sustainary Partner.
Esmeralda of Belgium.
Njeno kraljevsko visočanstvo, princeza Esmeralda iz Belgijska, izvinjavam se.
Our board
Izvolite.
chair,
I
you're welcome back to the stage, Dr. Obi.
doktorka Obi, naša članica odbora. Izvolite
And our
ponovo na
moderator,
pozornicu.
Mike
Moderator
Ray, founder, CEO, the Chief Brief.
će biti Maitreyi, osnivačica i urednica časopisa Chief Brief. Izvolite. Izazovno je odraditi ovaj panel jer imate samo 30 minuta. Hvala vam. Ja vidim sat odavde. Biljana, morat ćete da mi pokažete kad sam pred kraj vremena, jer ne vidim baš da sam dobro sad kad sam sjela. Želim sve da vas pozdravim. Ja sam 14 godina urednica i radim na izgradnji povjerenja u našim institucijama u širom svijetu. Ja sam sa sred okeana negdje i građanka svijeta. Bila sam prošle sedmice na Generalnoj skupštini Ujedinjenih nacija i bila sam spremna da se traumatiziram time koliko gori požara na sve strane u ovom svijetu. Želim da kažem nekoliko stvari. Mnogo toga je bilo kao što sam očekivala i bila sam i prijatno iznenađena. Pitanje svima u ovoj prostoriji jeste koliko vas je gledalo govor predsjednika Donalda Trumpa na Generalnoj skupštini Ujedinjenih nacija. Dignite ruku ako jeste. Dijelom ili cijeli govor. Koliko vas je pročitalo o njegovom govoru ili one najznačajnije stvari koje je rekao o klimatskim promjenama i energetici? Koliko vas je preispitalo da li ste vašim...
No one. One. One person in the room has questioned whether the people are on board fully and completely. And I think that's a reality check for this room because I think we are disconnected from the people. If a president in the United States can come out and say, Obi, Esmeralda, if he can come out and say that climate change is the biggest con and that countries practicing the transition are countries going to hell and people are listening, we must ask the question, have we actually built trust in the transition process itself? So let's talk about money, because at some point, Biljana, it really does, at this point, come down to where the investments are going, whether those investments are strong enough, and whether businesses, which were the last bastion of trust till 2024, and the Edelman Trust Barometer tells us no longer, Governments are not trusted, media is not trusted, and now nonprofits and businesses are not trusted by 61% of those surveyed. So Biljana, where did businesses and investors go wrong in the communication of how the transition has to happen and where we're putting our money when it comes to the transition?
I guess sort of when it comes to, I mean, it's about really raising sufficient investment, not only for energy transition. Energy transition is about stopping things from getting worse. But there is the big climate adaptation piece, which is, and this is the phase we are in. We shouldn't be fooling ourselves. So from future-proofing the cities to infrastructure to riverbed, I could talk to you about this part of the world because I know it very well. We are starting with huge deficit of trust to begin with. Legacy of corruption, privatizations that sort of went wrong. So when you come as an investor, your assumption should be that you're starting from very low base of trust. Trouble is that majority of investors quite like to sort out things with prime minister or minister, not really spend time on what we call social license to operate, liaising with community, engaging early, explaining what investment is about. And when you couple that with a society where, to begin with, people are suspicious and for good reason, because things went wrong previously, then you get investments that can't go ahead, etc. And this is not only about energy transition, we see it in the whole climate adaptation piece.
So if I can ask you, Ahud, at some point, Your Excellency, Oman is sitting in a very interesting space. You're within the GCC, your entire economy is in that region where fossil fuel based, but then Oman comes out with one of the most aggressive transition policies. Your goals are fantastic, 30% renewable by 2030, 100% renewable by 2050. You've had to take steps across the board. Now, I will caveat, you are not the energy minister, you're not part of the energy portfolio, but at some point you have built trust. Do you think you've built enough trust in your people, in the systems, and how have you done that? Because I want us to talk about solutions here that we can all walk home with, and if we've not thought about the problem, might as well start with the solutions already.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to be a speaker in this panel.
Can you hear her?
Can you hear me?
Because I can't hear her.
Is it?
I think can we get someone from the technical team to sort out Her Excellency's mic pack? While we're getting that done,
Yeah,
I think maybe I will go to Princess Esmeralda, because at some point we don't want to waste too much time while we're sorting that out. And can we get someone from the technical team to sort it out?
Can you hear me now?
Princess Esmeralda, can I push the question onto you at some point? Have we told the story correctly? What did you make of the speeches in UNGA, especially Donald Trump's? And did you question yourself as a storyteller, as an activist, that if the Edelman Trust Barometer is now telling us that nonprofits and activists and businesses are not trusted as well, how do we fix this problem?
Well, yes, I think we have to acknowledge that journalists, you are a journalist like me, we have been for years dealing with the problem in a wrong way. First of all, talking about climate, we have always said we have to save the planet. Well, we don't have to save the planet. The planet will be fine without us. We have to save us, the human species and all the other species. And also, I think the activists have had a discourse which is about all what is going bad, which is true, but without continuing with the solutions. And we are trapped in a jargon also. I speak very often to my friends who don't know about climate or biodiversity, and they say, what is biodiversity? I mean, we need a language which is accessible to all. And we need to speak about justice, because at the end of the day, all this crisis is about human rights, about justice. It's the poorest communities which are hit the hardest. It's developing countries which are hit the hardest. And we continue speaking about, well, a jargon that is not accessible. So the populists now have a fantastic platform because they have a very direct message, whether it's wrong or right, and they touch people. People respond to what they say. So we need to completely change our discourse and talk to the people, to the citizen.
Well, who would have thought that we go back into climate denial after years of making sure that climate deniers were put back in their box? If I can come back to Your Excellency about Oman and the lessons we can learn of how you are building trust in a population that got very rich of, oil in the GCC.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel to be a speaker. And as you said, I'm not an expert in new energy. But I come from a country, although it's an oil and gas producing country, and our economy mainly is based on that. But at the same time, Oman, one of the countries that cares about the environment. We take the environmental responsibility very seriously. I think Oman is one of the first countries to have a ministry for environment back in 1984. So as a nation, we've been blessed with a leadership that values the environment. And to be honest, one of the major priorities of Vision 2040, our national vision in Oman, is to build resilient ecosystems that will protect the environment, while at the same time having sustainable use of our natural resources. So as a nation, we've been, since I was a young kid, we've been educated about the environment from a young age. We have civil societies that are concerned about the environment issues. So, and also when we put Vision 2040, it was in collaboration with the people. So it was a large-scale exercise. It wasn't done by the government. It was in collaboration with all levels in society. And we as people put our priority as building, taking care of the environment. So this is a major thing. To be honest, to have the trust of the public is very important in any success of any reform, even at a smaller level. If you don't have the confidence and trust of people, you will not be able to succeed. So in my opinion, the major thing is to have people informed and included in any process. So in Oman, what we've done, although education was fundamental, and also civil society role was vital, there are a lot of initiatives. As you said, Oman is committed to net zero emissions by 2050. In order for that to be real and to work, they established the Net Zero Center to coordinate all efforts in that. So it's not just a promise, it's not just like an aim that we want to, but no, we're working with practical steps to achieve that.
So how does that
get the
translate,
people?
if I can ask you, how does that translate to then the rest of the GCC? Because famously, Oman is also considered almost the Switzerland of the Middle East. You're peace brokers. You are the people who mediate when issues happen in the region. How do you build a coalition? Because at some point now, multilateralism is where it is, and regional gatherings and regional tie-ups are what's required to get this transition going, whether here in Europe, whether in the Middle East, whether in Africa. Everyone's kind of saying, get strong within your own regions, right?
Yeah.
How are you doing that, and what role is that education system that you're talking about, and getting everyone collaborating, translating over into the GCC as well?
Okay, so the name of this, the theme for this summit is trust. This is a major thing. You need trust in everything. So we talked about the nation level trust, but now we're talking about international trust. Cooperation and confidence is very important, and it's very important to build that within nations. And how do we do that? We have to respect the norms, international norms and institutions for the countries to feel confident to participate in such collisions. So this is important. The other thing is important also to have a realistic approach. We have to think of the diversing contexts. So like emerging economies and will remain to have three major concerns. It's the access to energy, affordability, and reliability. We have to accept that these are immediate needs. Any goals for the climate is like long-term goals, although they might want to be also concerned and work with that, but these immediate needs must be also satisfied. So the realistic approach is very important. The other thing is to respect and build trust in international norms and institutions, and at the same time also to have an understanding of the different needs of different contexts.
So if I can get you to pick that up, Obi, because your speech kind of underscored and highlighted that. What makes a coalition credible when you're building these kind of coalitions? Because the requirements for a transition go beyond borders, and renewables at this point are getting slammed left, right, and center, whether it's from a US president or even from climate activists saying, hang on a minute, we're building all these renewables, it's feeding AI, the cost is rising for people in terms of their bill on an average basis, but we're not honestly telling them that. There are a lot of moving factors which politicians then have to traverse so that people like Biljana and Princess Esmeralda can talk about the core problem of transition. How do you build these coalitions that are credible?
One thing that is important for trust is transparency. Where there is too much opacity, and where, as the princess was saying, you have a cane information, that is information that's so technical that people who may belong to the coalition, for example, citizens who are supposed to participate in these processes, don't know half of what is being spoken. You already have excluded them. So even though you've invited them to the table, they don't follow the conversation. Let me just ask our leaders, women that are here, how often have you read a piece of legislation or article on climate change? How often? 1 week, like once a month? Let's just, I'm just looking for someone to say, I follow this matter. How many people follow the topics on climate change? Do you see that? You see that? But this is sea change coming on all of us in our lives. Because the truth is, energy renewal, energy security is going to very much depend on how we do the transition. My continent, for example, did not contribute to the global warming, maybe 2% contribution. But guess what? We already feel the impact in agriculture, in infrastructure, in changes to health. There are many manifestations of climate weather variabilities on us. We are left in a situation where we're being told that you almost have to sacrifice development in order to help safeguard.
So how do you, Obi? This is like a challenge for pretty much all the developing countries. So
Yes.
let me bring it back because I want to be solution seeking in the 13 minutes that we've got. How do you address that? Because we know that that's what's being asked, but that's
Yes.
what the perception is.
Yes.
Can you think of a country in the 52 that is doing it correctly and saying, hang on a minute, there is a sample for us to follow where they are transitioning correctly, they're communicating correctly, and that might be an example? Or is there any way that we can solve for this? Because otherwise we go around and round in a loop that we do at the COPs of,
so
this is the problem.
That's exactly where I was going,
Yeah.
that with the cops,
Yeah.
people who have not followed the issue are coming to the table as part of coalition. That already excludes them. And so there is an investment that needs to happen in the area of the knowledge behind the choices that would have to be made. The choices on energy transition are very tough choices to make, politically costly choices to make. And so being able to define what the benefits of acting now and acting urgently is number one rule of the game. Number two rule of the game is, of course, to understand what the costs are and how the burdens will be shared. So, for example, tariff issues are very tough to negotiate. You have to have regulatory systems that protect the vulnerable from the challenges of the kind of cost that they would have to adjust to. And so we have seen that as part of the piece of item that governments put on the table, and then they earn the trust of the citizens to want to have that conversation. The third thing is that when the governments announce a policy around energy transition, they actually don't sort of present the scientific basis for each of their particular countries in a way that earns credibility. And so it's almost like, this is the policy, the world is changing, we have to do this. You can't do that. You have to build this coalition between government, public sector, private sector, citizens. Every of these actors have various interests that they want to see on the table. And in coalition building, you have to make sure that you're speaking to that particular incentive that they want. But collective action is only possible by the rigorous investment in the data that tells us in what direction to go. If we don't have the data,
We don't have
we
direction.
don't have the trust.
I agree with you. So, Princess Esmeralda, if I may ask you, as an activist, we have a number of groups within the activism world where it seems to be everybody's following their own agenda, everyone is talking with their own data sets and data points. I mean, for example, with the Global Plastics Treaty, we had the same issue with 100 pieces of data that was thrown out there. To Obi's point about building this coalition and Her Excellency's point of bringing everybody to the table, what can we do as two parts of the four institutions that are losing trust, the activist side, the media side, of telling the story to get people to the table, to convince delegations that are going, official delegations that are going out into the COPs or into bilateral meetings, to include all the voices? What is the mindset change that we need to have, either as storytellers or as activists? It's a tough one that I give you.
Well, we need everybody at the table, and I think this is, I would say that the four principles which are really needed, first of all, is justice. We said that before. Everybody must be there, even the people that used to work for the fossil fuels. They have to be brought on board and retrained, so that's justice. Then we need inclusion, as you said. That is everybody, the citizen, NGOs, the business, the leaders, of course. Then we need transparencies from the policymakers, that people understand when the money is going, what is the plan. And then we need communication. Communication has been lacking from us journalists, we said that, from the leaders also, because I will give one example that everybody remembers, the yellow vest in France. That was probably a good measure that the government wanted to do, but it was completely unjust and not explained, and not the people that suffered the more were not offered some compensation. So it led to a big revolt, understandably. So we need those four principles. And it's of course, the policymakers who have to make it, but also us, when we communicate, we have to always have those 4 principles in mind. Inclusion, which means also women. We need women. We need indigenous communities all over the world that will suffer also from some measures. And low-income communities, we said before, because the rising cost will impact them most. So that's where the justice goes.
Would that require almost a centralization of the data that Obi is talking about? Because again, people can argue data points and the data sets and say, we don't need this because we don't have this problem, because we have a set of data. Again, the misinformation bandwagon can start at that point. So at some point, is there some responsibility within the nonprofit world as well to start coming together in a more cohesive fashion and work with science-based, rules, and say, hang on a minute, we give you a data set, folks, that is, by authority, and this is why the transition is good, because then it makes political leaders and their lives a little easier to sell, wouldn't it? What do you think?
I didn't get the question, to be honest.
Is there a requirement for the nonprofit world and the science world, and this is a question, Biljana, if you want to take it, for all of us to come together and say, we're going to have a cohesive set of data points that no one can argue? Is that what we need? Because it makes business easier, it makes the life of political leaders easier. There's no arguing data if it's not disparate.
I mean, it depends on the region you're talking about. I think in Europe, any poll will show that over 60% of population is now concerned about climate change. So I don't think it's any longer about, we see it, we feel it. It is more about trade-offs between short-term and long-term. It's about, for example, this region is very coal-dependent, apart from Albania that's blessed with hydro. Those are jobs, those are communities. So it's political and social earthquake, potentially. What you need to do is have a plan for these people. I mean, air pollution more immediately is a problem here. So it's not like we don't want the transition. It's more about, is it going to be fair? Is it going to be just? What is the plan here? Is there a plan for retraining? Are these cities going to become derelict? Or are we going to be investing in other industries? It becomes, those become the challenges. So I think whilst there is a broad consensus, also because of energy security, energy independence, that transition is good in principle, how will it happen in practice, and who loses, who wins, becomes challenge when you put it to national and city level.
Money is important in this. What does an investor need at this juncture where you have governments potentially taking a step back? What does an investor need from this room to walk in and say, I will invest in your country, I will invest in a transition, I will do it well enough that you can go sell it to your people?
So if we look at COP numbers, there is a consensus now that we are talking between 3 to 4 trillion annually needed by 2030. And we got what? In blended finance, not even 1 trillion. So it's clear that multilaterals, states are not raising sufficient funds. And then you can look to two obvious types of investors, institutional investors, who actually are rather motivated because they, in principle, have to invest for the long term, pension funds, insurance, etc. What do they need? They need regulatory certainty, they need de-risking, they need some currency sort of changes, cushions. So essentially you need vehicles that will probably have blended finance that would encourage institutional investors to come in, because for them it's an only fraction of what they manage and we are totally underutilizing that at present, and that's what they need. And then there is this sort of conversation that I don't know. We will see where it goes. But there is a big big sort of handover of wealth to the next generation, private wealth, and to the women. And there are indications they want to invest differently, so they might be another
And that gives us hope. So we've got about 2.5 minutes left, so I want to just do a rapid fire. One solution or one idea that you can give to this room of how to proceed with a just transition, especially if the United States takes a step back and says, we don't believe in climate change. So how would you approach it in your own spaces? If I can start with you, Your Excellency.
Yeah, I think a realistic approach should be implemented. With the new energy doesn't mean that we abandon the oil and gas industry overnight. It's a transition. It takes time. And also we need to bring the oil and gas sector onto the table, on board, to help also with this transition. What they can offer is practical steps that will have an impact, such as decarbonization, lowering of the methane, and also they can also help in the transition in transportation. So getting everyone on board includes the oil and gas sector. And we know that a lot of international companies in oil and gas are adopting and working on research in new energy. So that's one thing. I wanted to add to the investment thing. In Oman,
Please do, but we're running out of time.
Oh,
I have
okay,
to
I'm
get
sorry,
everyone else in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have to give also incentives for investment in this sector, and the investment has to be something that will encourage international and big investment in the sector. And without the investment, it will be slower journey. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Your Excellency. Obi, Princess Esmeralda, the final word is yours. What do we do if the world has to go on its own? What's a piece of advice you can leave them with very quickly? Obi?
I thought you said the princess.
Princess and you.
Oh, okay. Princess, go.
I think we have to go local and bring all the citizens and the local communities, which have a lot of powers and a lot of ideas, and show how beneficial it will be, the green transition, for health, for economy, for our way of life.
Obi, do we worry that the Americans may not be with the transition idea for a short period of time or extended? And how do we get on?
I think that Europe needs to step up in terms of the leadership of the energy transition, and it can do that better by moving away from a hypocritical approach to it, where Europe's energy security is the thing on the table often. So suddenly there is a threat to Europe's energy security, and then it comes around Africa looking for gas, the same fossil that it had said Africa should not be able to access finance for. So everything that you said about justice really starts at the global level. Africa has been unjustly treated. Even the COPs have not sufficiently provided a pathway to address the need for climate change and development to not become a zero-sum game. And now, finally, for the women in this place, data shows that women will be most affected by energy transition. Part of it is because women have lower income than men, and so tariffs adjusted will affect women more than they would affect men. To that extent, you can't be quiet about energy transition. You need to learn it, understand it, and have a voice for it. We need to have stronger coalition of women who are focused on this issue. No matter how technical it goes, we do need to connect with women who are scientists, because the science sector, the science profession has lost credibility in many ways. And that's part of why data coming out on this issue is doubted. But imagine when women really take this up and say, we can't build a world where the future of our children may not be fully guaranteed because we stopped acting with credibility and trust. Thank you.
I can't think of a better way to end this session. Thank you so much, Obi, Yana, Princess Esmeralda, and Your Excellency. Thank you very much for having a discussion that's a tough one, and we hope that you will go back and really rethink how you are telling the story of the transition, because all's not good out there, and we need to remember that that messaging needs to be clear. So thank you all. Please give them a round of applause.
Lovely to meet you.
Let's give it up again to our first panel. We heard so many inspirational things. As the team is getting ready to bring up the second exciting panel, I think it's very important for us to reflect at the time like this, when the world is at the crossroad. What is it that we can each do? What role can we each play? And how can we collaborate? This panel gave us the tools, gave us the way, and gave us the strategies. And again, going back to those very famous words of Dr. Obi, that we mustn't get tired. And together we'll make progress. And now it's time for the second panel. The second panel is focused on investing in stability, a new global capital agenda. In a world where political credibility is as vital as financial indicators, and where global stability rests not only on numbers, but also on trust, transparency, and strong institutions, this panel is going to explore how women leaders are shaping economic diplomacy to attract long-term investments, to reinforce accountability, and to strengthen national regulations. I therefore welcome on stage our panelists for this very exciting second panel. Francine, Honorable Francine, Member of Parliament and Vice Chair of the Committee for National Education, Children, Youth, and Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg. Honorable Ilham, Deputy of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco. Honorable Irene, Vice President of the OCE Parliamentary Assembly, Chairwoman of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and on Equal Opportunities between Men and Women, Cyprus House of Representatives. Honorable Maida, Minister of European Affairs of Montenegro. And I love the color palettes. You're all looking very beautiful, ladies. And our moderator, Rick, Senior Advisor and Secretary of the Board, Women Political Leaders. Over to you, and you have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Dobro jutro, drage dame e gospodo. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So we are fortunate to have leaders with strong credentials on different aspects of attracting and securing investment on this panel. And it's not a coincidence that we're discussing this topic here in Montenegro, an up-and-coming country which has ambitious targets, including gaining an invitation to join the European Union as early as perhaps the end of next year. And so I want to ask Minister Majda Gorčević In terms of, as the minister leading Montenegro's negotiations to join the EU, your country surely has many motivations to go through this process and to join the EU. Where does attracting investment fit into that picture?
Rick, thank you very much for your question. First of all, I would like to welcome all these strong, beautiful women to Montenegro and really hope that you're enjoying so far. Let's back to your question. Yes, a very ambitious goal to become the 28th member by the 2028. So we will close all the chapters by the end of next year. What's that bringing us when it comes to the not only European agenda, but also as a country that is investment friendly? I would like also to say and to use this stage today to announce investment conference in Montenegro, 15 and 14 of October, where Madam von der Leyen is going to open it together with our Prime Minister Milojko Spajic. And I think that this is the great approach how one candidate country is behaving already as a member state. For us, the main goal is entering the European Union. We already entered the NATO, and this is what investors want. They want not only large markets, they don't want only low-cost labor, they want stability, they want rule of law, and they want us to behave as European Union already. I think that for us, this international integration is something where we are already acting very good. As a NATO country, already using Euro 100% aligned with common security and foreign policy of the EU. So for us, the European integration is not only ticking the box, is not only closing the chapters, is strengthening our institutions, is showing also to our partners and the investors that we are the country where all you should invest tomorrow. Not just to wait the 2028, but also I think that this investment in October can be a great approach where we can show the potential that Montenegro has.
So clearly, like this chief sales officer for Montenegro has spoken. So investment, I'm sure, is on its way. I want to turn to Francine Klosner from Luxembourg. So a country of similar size, went through this process many years ago, so maybe you'll have some thoughts on how Montenegro, what it has ahead of itself. But also I wanted to ask you, with regards to having been in the government in Luxembourg, where the tripartite dynamic between government and employers and labor was really important for establishing and maintaining social peace. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so welcome. I would like to say welcome already in the European Union to Montenegro. I hope it will end good for you, because Luxembourg is a founding member of European Union, and we are grateful to be a member of European Union, because as a small country, it's much more easier for everything. Luxembourg is renowned to be a stable country with we are pro-business, and it's not very difficult to attract investors, as we are stable and transparent. What is also very important for us is social peace. And in the steel crisis in the 70s, there was the idea to create this tripartite. It's called tripartite, so the three parties, government, trade unions, and employers come together. It's a formal system, and they negotiate on the big issues, and especially when there's a crisis, energy crisis, the financial crisis in 2008. They come together and they negotiate, and that's the best instrument to maintain social peace, but also to protect the economy and to keep it competitive. That's so. The big decisions are not top-down imposed, but they are negotiated. Unfortunately, the new government questions this system, which is really a pity, and the trade unions already organized a big protest, so many people were in the streets, so this social peace is now in danger, unfortunately.
So talking about getting buy-in from all important parties early in the process, and
Very
maintaining that buy-in. So Irene Charalampidis from Cyprus, another EU state.
You got the name right. Important.
I've been practicing. So not so far away when we think about the world in Cyprus, but you also wear a hat with the OSCE in terms of the Parliamentary Assembly there as Vice President. So you bring that perspective. And I'm interested to hear you talk a little bit about the role of transparency to combat corruption. It's such an important piece in terms of attracting investment.
But first of all, Rick, I have to say, thank you, WPL. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, Dr. Robbie, for bringing us all together here, giving us the chance to be among so lovely, powerful, strong women. Thank you. Thank you. And also, we have to thank the Parliament of Montenegro, a beautiful country that is hosting this summit. Now, transparency is an issue in many countries, Europeans and others. And we live in a very tricky era. I mean, we have leaders that do not want to be accountable for their actions. And they use the parliament, they use their power in order to do things their own way without explaining why they're doing what they're doing. In order to have a strong, healthy democracy, you need to have accountability. You need to have transparent procedures. You have to have a strong judiciary system, independent judiciary system. And the politicians, we must find ways to help them accountable for what they vote, what they do. In order to do all this, you need strong institutions. And if you don't have strong institutions, this might undermine democracy. And we see this happening in many, many different countries. And unfortunately, sometimes the system is too powerful in order to let you do whatever is needed. In Cyprus, we had, because I have to talk about my own country, I don't want to talk about other countries, we had this huge scandal with the golden visas. The previous government, they were selling passports in exchange for investments, so-called investments in Cyprus, and we ended up with Singaporean Cypriots, Chinese Cypriots, Russian Cypriots. They had Cypriot passports, and some of them, they were accountable for criminal actions. So we had to stop that. We had to follow Manival's instructions, OECD instructions, European Union, and try to, let's say, restore a healthy economy. Because if you go in the logic, scrap my bag to scrap yours, this is not the way things should be done in any country.
I think we may come back to this. I knew I could count on you to be a bit provocative. Thank you for that. And so from one end of the Mediterranean, I want to travel to the opposite end of the Mediterranean, to Morocco, beautiful, dynamic country. So Madame Députée Ilham Essaki, so in terms of what the government and the parliament are doing, policymakers are doing in Morocco for establishing the investor trust, please speak a bit about your experience.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord, je veux exprimer ma gratitude aux organisateurs d'avoir donné cette opportunité pour assister avec vous à ce panel et dans ce sujet qui est très important et qui nous intéresse tous, soit le Maroc, soit les autres pays. Bien sûr, en matière, puisque vous avez limité en quelque sorte le volet de mon intervention dans la transformation digitale et son importance, bien sûr, pour encourager les investissements, il faut dire que plusieurs pays, tout d'abord, ils ont adopté pas mal de stratégies nationales en matière de la transformation numérique et en matière de la digitalisation. Et bien sûr, étant donné que le numérique, il représente un rôle très important dans le changement, dans l'évolution et dans le développement du secteur public. Et puisque la transformation numérique et la dématérialisation des procédures plus précisément, elle a un rôle important pour instaurer plus de confiance, plus de transparence et simplifier les procédures aussi, ça va encourager en quelque sorte les investissements et attirer les investisseurs avec un climat qui est stable, avec un climat de confiance instauré dans les administrations publiques et des procédures qui ne sont pas assez compliquées grâce à la numérisation des procédures
C'est pourquoi nous, en tant que des parlementaires, soit le gouvernement, il œuvre dans ce sens-là, tout en instaurant une stratégie nationale de 2030. Mais avant d'atterrir à cette étape-là, on est passé par plusieurs étapes, tout en commençant par l'administration électronique, le e-government, et plusieurs étapes pour la modernisation de l'administration publique, étant donné que la numérisation de l'administration publique elle a comme un rôle très important de simplifier les procédures, de créer un climat de confiance entre l'administration et les usagers, aussi de lutter contre la corruption, aussi dans l'accessibilité et l'accès à l'information.
Merci beaucoup. Francine, as Madame Députée Saki was speaking there about the transformation, I saw you nodding. I wondered if you had some comments, maybe a reaction to the...
I think it's very important also to have a vision as a country to attract investors on an economic plan, because 10 years ago Luxembourg created this Jeremy Rifkin strategy. So it was a strategy to implement the third revolution in Luxembourg and how to take advantage of the digital transition. And it was a very nice work done with all the, again, with all the stakeholders, with the economy, with also the trade unions, to implement this strategy by laws. And unfortunately, the new government just let it go. And there's no vision now what Luxembourg will become. We have, of course, a big financial center, and we still have, we are very attractive, and there are tax adjustments to attract more investors when it comes to investment funds, to private equity, but we are too much dependent as a state on this financial center. So there has to be something else. But if there's no vision, there's no investors.
So when we talk about vision, we're talking about transparency is a recurring theme here. And Irina Charalamides, I want to come back to you. In terms of the data and the available data to be able to know that transparency, that accountability, it's something you work on. Can you say more about the importance of that transparency that technology can help us with?
Yeah, exactly. But don't forget that technology also helps the other side, the criminal side. So it goes both ways. But I wanted to make a remark before. Yeah, we need investors, but we need investors, big companies, serious companies, that they really mean business and they don't want to take advantage of the country, because there are some investing companies that they just go to a country, they take whatever they can and then they leave. But in order to attract those who mean really important business, then you have to have the support system in order to make them feel that they are at no risk by being in your country. And if there is something wrong, then they will find a way out through the system, not the system to block them. Now, it's very important to have an open data registry. For example, in Cyprus, we did that. Now, it was a way to deal with the shell companies, because, you know, the shell companies, one company into the other, and then you don't know who the financial owner is at the end of this long, long road. So now we have voted and we have a law that everything will be open, transparent. So when you do business with a company, you know who the real financial owner is. And as Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, we are trying to promote this idea to all countries, because this is how you do business, by knowing who you're dealing with. And there is no way to find, you know, to cut corners and take advantage of the system of the country that you are investing.
So, Majda Gorčević, I want to pick up on this point and specifically address Montenegro as a country which is still emerging in many people's consciousness, right? People who necessarily aren't familiar with the Western Balkans as a region, so it's not even specific to Montenegro, but there may be questions about, you know, is the right form of investment being attracted to this country, to this region, and what is the government able to do to ensure that?
Well, the good thing about this panel is that I hear the same thing that is happening in the member states, actually. So the same questions is not only about the Montenegro, who is the country. For us, it is very important that this to have legal stability. I think that this is something that is very important, no matter are you in the EU or not. For us, this is not the chapters 23 and 24, the rule of law. Like I said before, they are not only the chapters. This means to have the strong institutions, independent institutions, stability that investors need, and that the government needs also, because this is mutual cooperation. This is not only that we have investors and what's there for them, but what's there also for our countries. So all that I hear now from the Luxembourg, and that I hear now also from the Cyprus, that are also, how to say, small countries and similar to Montenegro, we are all dealing with the same question marks when it comes to the investors. For us, it is very, very important now that we know, because we are entering the European Union, for us we know that the rule of law is our ID to enter the EU. So that's why we need to work even harder and much more than member states. I think this is the only signal that we should send to the investors, that if we are the rule of law country, if we have legal stability, if there is anti-money laundering law that is working great, if we have efficient institutions, if we have digitalization, and this is all the chapters, if we are looking through the chapters in my part of the job, if we are strengthening ourselves at this moment, then we don't have to worry about the investors, because there is plenty of things that we can offer.
Okay. Madam Deputy Esaki, I want to return to you, because actually, when we think about the people we have in the audience here, they're policymakers, politicians from all around the world, so not just from the European Union or this European neighborhood, but Morocco is obviously a neighbor of the European Union, but it is really a different country. I want to note the population of Morocco is larger than the other 3 countries combined by quite some margin. So it's a big country with different kinds of experiences, different kinds of challenges and opportunities. Can you say a few more words about the specific case of Morocco, which may be more relevant for some of the people in the audience?
Donc, tout d'abord, il faut dire que l'élément clé pour encourager, attirer les investisseurs, c'est la stabilité. Un investisseur ne peut pas normalement s'engager dans un pays où le désordre qui règne et tout ça. Donc il faut tout d'abord avoir, alhamdoulilah, donc chez nous au Maroc, pourquoi les investisseurs ils viennent et ils veulent investir chez nous, parce que le Maroc, il est connu par sa stabilité, par son positionnement juste stratégique qui est près du carrefour européen, qui est le pont vers presque tous les continents. En plus, pour attirer les investissements et les investisseurs, il faut créer un climat favorable, des conditions qui sont favorables et qui répondent aux exigences croissantes des investisseurs en matière du cadre législatif tout d'abord. Nous, par exemple, au Maroc, on a une charte d'investissement qu'on vient de promulguer, une charte qui régit normalement toutes les procédures en matière des investissements, en matière des entreprises de toutes formes. En plus, on a une charte des services publics dans le cadre d'une bonne gouvernance au sein de l'administration publique, pour faciliter l'accès, pour simplifier les procédures, pour plus de transparence et pour un climat de confiance et plus de rapidité. En plus, il ne faut pas oublier l'infrastructure numérique qui est très importante, par exemple, pour les investisseurs et pour tous les usagers de l'administration publique. En plus, nous travaillons sur le plan interne dans le cadre de la stratégie aussi sur l'analphabétisme numérique, donc lutter contre ça et avoir une infrastructure numérique par un haut débit de réseau et tout ça. Donc ce sont tous des éléments qui interviennent pour créer un climat favorable pour pouvoir attirer les investisseurs. Et en premier lieu, bien sûr, comme je viens de dire, c'est la stabilité qu'il faut avoir dans un pays pour pouvoir créer ce sentiment de confiance vis-à-vis aux investisseurs. En plus, sans oublier bien sûr, à l'ère de cette intelligence artificielle qui est normalement, qui connaît une rapidité vraiment excessive par rapport à nos efforts et nos forces tous. C'est pourquoi il y avait des assises au niveau du Maroc dernièrement par le ministère, parce que nous, au Maroc, nous avons un ministère de transition numérique et de la modernisation des services publics qui est attaché directement au gouvernement marocain. Donc c'est un ministère qui détient une vision, qui a une stratégie et qui travaille sur ça, bien sûr, à l'aide de nous, les parlementaires, qui œuvrent dans un sens législatif.
Très bien, merci beaucoup. We talk about artificial intelligence. Actually, the third panel today, we're going to, I think, go deeper into that. And so thank you for already touching on it. It's such a huge topic. Artificial intelligence is probably going to know no boundaries in terms of national boundaries. But also, I want to talk a little bit about the gender dynamic, right? So we haven't really touched on that here, and I think appropriately so. But as women leaders, and we talk about attracting investment, also money doesn't necessarily know borders. It wants to go where it can bring a return. But what can women policymakers do that maybe is going to change the game as it has been played? And Francine, let me start with you, just to sort of get your perspective on, talking to an audience of women policymakers.
So I would say that Luxembourg always became a sort of a front runner when it came to gender diversity, as we created 10 years ago a dedicated ministry for gender equality and diversity. And that's very important, because then the issue and the topic is sitting every Friday on the table of the government, and we have a minister, female minister, who is fighting for the gender diversity. That's very important, and I can only encourage everybody to go in this way. What's more, when I was in government, I implemented a platform, a think tank called Equilibre, with private stakeholders, with the mission to implement or to help companies to implement gender equality and diversity as an advantage when it comes to profit. And there are many, many studies who show that when you have in your leadership diversity, then you make more profit. And that's what investors are interested in, too.
And so the diversity, the transparency, the accountability, I'm going to come back to Ria Reina. So are women policy makers going to finally solve all of these problems?
Yes, they could if they want to.
No, I think we are stepping into a very dangerous era. I was at a seminar the other day because you were talking about AI. And I have to say that United European Union yet has not come up with legislation to deal with the AI. But the worst thing is that I don't think any of us has realized what an AI can do. And the other day I was watching a seminar, I was at a seminar participating, and they demonstrated what AI can do. They asked AI to hack a system. And for some reason, AI could not go through and find the right paths to hack the system. So what the AI did, the AI got a credit card, and the AI pet called to an Indian hacker, a very well-known one, and asked the Indian hacker, pet, to hack the system the AI wanted to be hacked. In 3 years, we will have the quantum technology. I think the Americans, IBM, and the Chinese, now they are competing. Nothing can stop quantum technology. Everything will be able to be hacked. Everything. And really, it scares me a lot.
Do you worry about the algorithms and are these being sort of, I'm just continuing to just talk about on a issue of, are women being included as they should be in this dimension? We're not talking about technology in this panel, but I'm just from a transparency.
Okay. You want
transparency
about women. OECD statistics have proven that women are much less vulnerable to corruption. And that's why investors, serious investors, they trust companies and countries
Okay.
who include women in their power positions. Unfortunately, I think that in all our countries, we have a major issue about women inclusion. For example, in my parliament, we are only 8 parliamentarians women. We only have a woman minister. And I think same with Montenegro. In OSCE, PA, it's only 20%, 23% women participating with the delegations of different countries. I tried to change that, to be honest, but I found huge resistance from my male colleagues. They didn't want this to change. So what we have to do, the women, is to unite and make a common front, whether it's Montenegrin women, Luxembourg, Cyprus, Asian women, and try and get women in power.
Okay.
Women are not vulnerable to corruption. They think in a very, very different way than men. And when they start a war, they know that people they love are going to die. So they are more, restrained when they make decisions.
So these things can vary by cultures as well. And
Sorry?
These topics can vary by culture and the experiences of different cultures. And I also just want to bring in again from a Moroccan perspective. So, Madam Deputy, in terms of the role of women in the policy making in Morocco, what are you seeing in terms of, is there an ability to bring greater accountability, greater transparency?
Alors, au Maroc, dans la Constitution, notre Constitution 2011, on a donné pas mal de droits à la femme. En plus, le Maroc a ratifié pas mal de traités internationaux, des conventions, pour pouvoir, bien sûr, assurer ce droit d'égalité, d'équité pour la femme. Et je peux dire qu'il y a beaucoup de femmes, un nombre bien élevé de femmes au poste de responsabilité. Et pour nous, lorsque la femme elle est dans un poste de responsabilité, de décision, elle est plus responsable, plus honnête, pour ne pas dire par rapport à l'homme, mais selon des études, donc c'est bien clair que la femme, elle assume la responsabilité avec honnêteté, avec assiduité aussi. Alors, concernant, je reviens vers l'intelligence artificielle aussi et vers le rôle de la femme dans l'investissement et pour encourager les investissements. Par exemple, chez nous, il y a pas mal de femmes d'affaires donc, qui ont réussi leur vie dans le domaine des affaires et tout ça. En plus, l'intelligence artificielle, parce que c'est un sujet qui est très important. Voire même qu'il y a des avantages de l'intelligence artificielle, il y a aussi des limites, il y a aussi des inconvénients. C'est pourquoi, normalement, je dis bien qu'il faut, comme l'Union européenne, je les félicite pour d'avoir une loi qui régit normalement les différentes utilisations des applications de l'intelligence artificielle. Il y a plusieurs pays donc, qui vont faire ça, qui vont promulguer des lois en matière de l'intelligence artificielle et voire même des chartes normalement pour pouvoir régir ces utilisations et ces applications qui sont parfois dans le mauvais sens et non pas toujours dans le bon sens. Bien sûr, nous devons utiliser l'intelligence artificielle dans différents domaines, par exemple la santé, l'industrie, le commerce, l'éducation, la recherche scientifique, mais tout en respectant l'éthique, les valeurs et les principes des sociétés.
D'accord. L'expérience est très intéressante. Merci beaucoup. So, Minister Majda Gorkovic, we are nearly at the end. I'm going to give you the closing word, but I would like you to touch on this topic of women leaders coming from Montenegro. We're seeing it here now in full force. How are women leaders leading this effort here?
Well, you will have a women that who will close all the chapters, and Montenegro will, under the guidance of one woman, enter the European Union. I think this is the strongest message ever, because if women want to finish some job, they will do it. This is what is happening in Montenegro, not only now, this is happening also before in the past. I think that through the years, you also ask my colleague here, can women resolve all the questions and all the issues? We are resolving them every day. So under the women leadership, there will be more trust into the process, there will be more trust into the institutions, because we are not going to have any personal interest about it. We will do about the national interest. We are not going to strengthen ourselves. We are going to strengthen the institutions. because of the citizens. This is the difference between among male and the women leadership, and I think that we have quite of leadership women in Montenegro that can make a change.
I think you've just sold some investors. So fantastic. Thank you very, very much. Please join me in thanking our fantastic panel. So thank you.
Rick. Technology is security, by the way.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for such a great discussion. Esteemed WPL community and guests, what a wonderful start of the WPL Summit so far. Such thought-provoking conversations, and we really thank our expert speakers. Thank you again to all of you. Of course, the conversation does not end here, and before we break for coffee, let me invite you all to join policy-focused sessions, starting shortly after the coffee break. Please join the session that you would like and that you have pre-registered for. And if you have not registered for a session, no worries. Please seek a member of the WPL team that will support you. We have the first session in the room, Princess Milika. We have the Beyond the Stigma, Advancing Menopause Policies for Women's Health and Prosperity, supported by Bayer. And right there in the Crystal Ballroom, which is here, this room, we have the AI, Allies and Autonomy, Political Trade-offs and Policy Leadership, supported by Microsoft. The policy focus sessions will end at 12:40 p.m., after which I will invite you back here for the next portion of the program. So enjoy your break, and if you're going to the menopause session, look for the Princess Milika room. If you're going for the AI session, you come back here after the coffee break. It's going to be a short coffee break, and then hopefully you should all be back here at 12:40. Yeah. No. Oh, sorry, not. No. Made a mistake on the time. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had very good discussions. I hope you have been energized from not only the coffee that we've all had, but also the peer-to-peer exchange designed into the policy focus sessions. Our third panel today looks at how women leaders are shaping the digital future, ensuring innovation serves democracy, trust, and equity, and not disruptions alone. As digital technologies, from AI to data-driven platforms, reshape our societies, our leaders face a defining question: how can we harness innovation while safeguarding democracy? To delve into this question, we welcome on stage our great panelists and moderator. Moderator Vanja Redovic, attorney at law and founder of Redovic Legal Counsel. And our four panelists: Honorable Madam Christina, Secretary of the Board, Global Women Leaders Voices; Honorable Maria Arenas, Member of the House of Representatives of the Philippines and Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee; and our women political leaders, WPL Country Ambassador. Honorable Sarah Muhammad, Member of the Federal National Council of UAE.
Thank you.
And Honorable Ursula, former Minister of Communications and Digitalization of Ghana and Member of Parliament. My moderator, over to you.
Thank you very much. I told her that she is our queen today, so it truly is. So good afternoon to all and welcome to our panel, The Digital Future Ethical Foundations. So at a time where digital transformations impacts every aspect of our lives, from communication and governance to education and security, ethical leadership is more crucial than ever. So today we will explore how political leaders can shape a responsible digital future grounded in democratic values, human rights, and inclusivity. So before I introduce the panelists, I have to say that I'm very proud to be here today and to share this stage with these four outstanding women. So now it's my pleasure to introduce these inspiring ladies. So from my left side, Cristina Galach, Secretary of the Board, GBL Voices; Maria Rachel Arenas, Member of the House of Representatives of the Philippines and Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, WPL Country Ambassador; Sarah Mohammed Falaknes, Vice Chair of the Committee of Defense, Interior and Foreign Affairs, the Federal National Parliament, UAE; Ursula Owusu Ekuful, former Minister of Communication and Digitalization of Ghana, Member of the Parliament of Ghana. So, dear ladies, welcome to Montenegro. Thank you all for being here. So, as you know, we have only half hour to discuss about this very important topic. So let's begin our conversation. We will start with the key question that lies at the heart of today's topics. So how can political leaders shape digital policies that protect democratic values while encouraging innovation? So we are seeing growing concerns about surveillance, misinformation, and unequal access. So while at the same time, governments are pushing for rapid innovations. So how do we strike the right balance? So Ursula, do you want to start, break the ice, and start first? Please. Yes? My mistake. Don't.
I was just on the previous panel, so I don't know where to start from, but I think women are indispensable in this conversation. And as political leaders as well, we are in a unique position to influence the development, the growth and development of digitalization as a tool for general development in all spheres. So start from where you are. That is the key that I always tell everybody. Start from whichever position you're occupying. I'm a lawyer. I found myself, and I'm a lifelong women's rights advocate. I found myself leading digital technology development in Ghana. So I took these two pet passions and asked myself, what can I do to move forward the frontiers of inclusion in the space that I find myself in? There was a Girls in ICT program. They invite 100 girls to a ceremony and talk to them about digitalization and send them away. And I said, we can do so much more with that. So I instituted a mentorship program, got women in technology to come and speak to as many young girls as I could gather from any part of the country. We did 1,000 at a time in one location, trained them for 1 week, giving them digital skills, have a competition for them, and gave them laptops as prizes for the best 100 of them. So it was very competitive. And then the women in technology will spend 1 day sharing their experiences with them, the challenges they have, and encouraging them that they can also do it. Then we bring the best 100 to the capital city, Accra. Their parents have never been to the capital city. And they spend a week with the women in their workplaces, seeing digital technology at work. So it's not just theory. They're actually seeing women engage with technology in their day-to-day work to inspire them and encourage them to also consider taking up digital careers in digital, so that they could also go into STEM education, knowing that there's a clear pathway of what they want to do. So we need to be deliberate about it. Wherever you find yourself, the ways in which you can encourage the uptake of technology to improve upon whatever you're doing. So you see accountants, secretaries, nurses, doctors, teachers, everybody using technology. How can we get more women to engage in this digital space wherever we find ourselves? In Parliament, ask questions. Ask the ministers of innovation and ICT questions. Come and let them tell you what they are doing to provide more digital skills for women and to provide job opportunities for women in the digital space. In cabinet, ask your colleagues in charge of ICT what deliberate steps they are taking to improve upon the conditions for more women to engage in this space. And let's see what we can do. Women who've never been to school, give them training programs, teach them how to use simple social media tools to enhance the work that they're doing. And together, we will make a difference. Farmers are using it. Dressmakers are using it. Designers are using it. Hairdressers are using it. Everybody is using digital. So let me just end by saying that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, this device wasn't very commonplace to us. Today, if you leave your mobile phone at home, will you go to work, or will you go back home to get your mobile device? Because you cannot live without it. That's how pivotal it's become. And this is a computer in your pocket. That's how indispensable digital technology has become to all of us. Let's make sure that every girl out there, every woman out there also utilizes these tools to enhance whatever work that they're doing.
So thank you. It's a good point, very good point. So Christina, now it's your turn.
Okay, well,
So-
thank you very much. Let me let me say that we have to call a spade a spade. And as of now, digital and technology are with us. They are part of our lives, but unfortunately, they are in the hands of men.
True.
Both in government or in the big technological companies. Also in the parliamentary sphere. And I think it's incumbent to us, women, to say this is not working well, because in the digital space we suffer discrimination, we suffer harassment, and all what we see in the normal world, analogic world, is multiplied, therefore even the negative part in the digital one. Young girls suffer more digital harassment than boys. There are statistics that at least 1 every 3 girls suffers digital harassment. Second, data, which is so fundamental for the artificial intelligence, is totally biased on men because it's collected by the big companies from the materials that exist that we know they come from a manosphere. Third, we have biases, some unconscious, very many, and some very conscious, and we cannot fight them. And lastly, I'm going to mention the technology facilitated gender-based violence, which is a new acronym that we have to learn. Technology, T, facilitated, F, gender-based violence. We are used, unfortunately, and we cannot combat sufficiently gender-based violence. But now we have technology facilitated. All these networks of prostitution, networks of pornography. I am extremely worried that unless we do not get together, and here are women political leaders that can get together, bring legislation to the governments, bring legislation to the parliaments, and fight very hard. And yes, we hear that there is over-regulation. Ladies, we just started regulating a little bit artificial intelligence in the European Union, and we are already talking about over-regulation. What we need is more efficient regulation. So I think the talk about over-regulating because it cuts imagination, innovation, excuse me, we've been under this imagination, innovation from the manosphere.
It's true.
So I think we have to be very clear.
Yes, it's true. A good point, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Maria Rachel, could you,
Yes,
from your
I-
perspective, what do you think?
Yes, well, earlier I heard Ursula say that AI is here to stay, and that's true. You said that people are saying that we are over-regulating. I don't think that we can ever over-regulate, because with the fast changing of technology and development, we must continuously actually improve how we regulate, especially now that AI can autonomously create content that we cannot, we don't have any control of. It could be a misinformation, or it could, disinformation. So I don't ever think we can over-regulate. Number two, let me also just say that democracy is built on trust. And now, trust is being tested because, again, of misinformation, we have to strengthen our safeguarding the digital space, and we also have to provide, close the gap of the digital divide. So also, as much as AI is also advantageous to us, there are also a lot of downside of AI. For example, if I can relate my experience, personal experience, 20 years ago, when we started campaigning, personally, physically, we go to people knocking on their doors to say, this is our agenda. This is what we want for you. This is the education we want for you. These are the promises we want to keep so that you will have a better future. You can help your families in return. You don't have to beg, that you will have, you can shape your own future. But now, we are up against people who are capable of funding AI in their campaigns, when they can show that they are actually giving this much to people, but actually it's not true. So that should be regulated.
Great.
So, and I think how we can regulate it is like a binding integrated standard of all countries, just like what they did in climate change or in nuclear weapons.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So, Sarah, we talk about this in the green room, so could you please share with your insights?
Yes. Number one, if I may just use 30 seconds from my time just to thank WPL for having me and to be on this panel with those esteemed guests, and to thank the Parliament of Montenegro for their gracious hospitality. To answer the question, I would like first to echo what my esteemed panelists have said. Well, they tapped upon all the points that I had written down, but to iterate in terms of digital governance and how it can help democracy. We have, for example, as myself as a parliamentarian, we have to ensure that those digital governance are ethical, transparent, inclusive, and we must all know that those are the foundations to lay down to have any society innovate, strive. And as you said, Your Excellency, we should embrace AI and we should embrace technology and see them as a form of tool to help us into the next generation moving forward, as opposed to being a threat. For example, in the United Arab Emirates, where I come from, I saw how forward-looking rules, regulations, governance play a very important role in terms of in society, especially when you have a clear vision, you have a clear leadership, knowing where they want to take this forward. Also, one of the key important thing is, of course, partnerships. The partnerships that we should build, and to know that, as you said, we have to ensure that no one is left behind. Everyone has equal accessibility to technology. We're talking here about digital governance, right? And technologies are cross borders. You know that OpenAI has said that there are more than 2.5 billion prompts per day, people using the AI as a tool of daily life. But what about the global south? That they don't have that accessible. So in order for us as human beings, we have to ensure that it is something that collective effort as human beings, we have to ensure that everyone has equal accessibility, not necessarily equal in terms of what is usage, and that goes back to every country, but to give them that accessibility for them to use it for their own benefit.
Right. Yes, thank you very much. So, as I already said, we don't have enough time, but so that means that we must start with question 2. So, it's a question about ethical digital governance. So, what does ethical digital governance look like in practice, especially when it comes to AI, data, and online content? It's something similar that we talk in the first stage. So, could you share some principles or examples that show how this works on the ground? So, Maria Rachel?
Well, like in the Philippines, we have enacted laws for like the data privacy law and also the freedom of information, the cybercrime, anti-online sexual harassment. But I think that we can still do more. I believe that we should have an oversight for regulation. We also, while I believe that the underserved should have access to digital space, we also have to ensure that they're protected from information that is polluting the digital space. And I think that aside from having an oversight in Congress, for the people to also all have access, the underserved, we actually have filed a bill mandating a digital hub for every province, and now we are pushing for a digital hub in every district.
Yes, so I totally agree with you. So Sarah, you thoughts on how ethical governance can keep pace with fast AI development. So what do you think about that?
So I'll tell you, in terms of answering the second question, we should put values before algorithms to ensure that there are fairness, there are transparency, there are no harassment, no biases. So if we put that ground rules, it will flourish. So for example, in the UAE, we have that through data protection. We safeguard spaces for testing new technologies. We have programs that equip women and youth with the skills needed. That is how digital progresses. It strengthens societies rather than divides them.
Yes, thank you, thank you. It's a good point. Very. Ursula, how do you see these ethical principles applied in your work?
I couldn't agree more with the sentiments expressed by my co-panelist. And trust is important. Having a governing council to determine the scope within which AI is used for every country is important. The UAE is very technologically advanced, but you can't go and do whatever you like there. You have to work within their rules. So it's important that we all determine that this is how far we can go with it. Transparency is absolutely critical. I'm sure many of you have all been trolled at one point or the other on social media. We've all been victims of the negative aspects of social media and all of that. And so we know what it feels like to suffer the negative impacts of it. Let's use that knowledge to provide safeguards, to encourage more women, more young people to engage with all these digital tools in a safe manner. They are indispensable. We're going to be using it for the long term, but we need to put safeguards around it so that we can all feel safe online. And you did mention something about people using AI tools to campaign.
Yes.
Let's use that too as women. Yes. Let's learn how we can use that to our advantage as women. We don't use it enough. And so it's there. It's a tool for us, and it is depending on how we utilize it. It will either work for us or work against us. So let's understand how we can also help it to give us more visibility, reach more people with our message, and showcase our achievements as legislators using technology. And there are many, many ways in which it can be done.
Christina, you totally agree with her.
Yeah,
I
well,
saw that.
because I like very much this engagement. I think we shouldn't be afraid of fear, no fear. We can do it. So the first approach is not to fear. Second approach is to widen.
Yeah.
To widen in terms of intergenerational, in particular the ones that we are a little bit ahead in terms of age. With the younger, we need more young women into the science and technological spheres, and we have to ensure we don't leave anyone behind. And this can be both geographical approach or in terms of resources approach, or also in terms of age approach. So widen, very important, and then deepen. I think deepen is very important, and deepen we do it by education. Education is critical, but deepen will be if we ensure that the private sector assumes the values.
Yes.
This is not just another business. This is the business of the next generations, the business of the next years. I think we really have to have big technological companies that understand and believe of this importance of equality, inclusion. It's fundamental. We are alone, women alone, we cannot fight this front. We need men and women. And those that are now in these very much positions of leadership are mainly men.
Yes.
Because they are men. And they are the ones that are spreading these anti-regulatory, because of course regulation means making money from it in a different way, and in a better way, and in a more positive way for us. So there, I think we already, amongst the four, we already mentioned a few areas of action that have to have persons, people at the center, values, and these already will transform a digital world which is fair to women, because the current digital world is
Skewed
unfair
against us.
to women.
Great. So we have a great introduction to our next question.
Okay.
So let's now talk about leadership and inclusion. So digital transformation affects everyone, but not everyone benefits equally. So how can women in leadership ensure the digital transformation benefits all communities? Sarah, may I come to you first?
Sure. So as women, we bring perspective of equity and social impact to the table. So in the UAE, for example, we have women leading AI, leading space technology. 50% of the parliament in the UAE are women. And when you said about asking questions, oh, we do ask questions, the ministers, a lot, and we hammer them down. And we ask specifically about youth, about women, in every aspect they come. And therefore, having women part of being decision makers ensures that the society are included and it's inclusive in everything that women they do. In particular, when women in leadership can make digital transformation not only as a technical shift, but a human one. And that's the beauty of having women in leadership.
Okay, thank you very much. So a good point, very good point. Christina, what role do you see women leaders playing in digital inclusion? Exactly.
I think it's a key role, whether they are parliamentarians. I think these, we mentioned, there is a lot to do with democracy, there is a lot to do with transparency. So parliaments are the right places for these discussions and to push up legislation, whether they are in executives. In executives, they are committed with political programs and they have to respond to the citizens when there is a new round of elections. So we need the executives alert. And I think it's very important if we look at, as well to the issue in a regional way. Here we have all the regions. We have Asia, we have Africa, we have the Middle East, Europe, and I think we all suffer from the same problem.
Yes,
You know, there is no other topic that really equalizes us, whether we are in the north, in the south, in the east, and the west. So I think our regional organizations play a fundamental role. And let me bring this to the UN, where I have been able to serve for several years, how important it is that the UN also plays a role. We have seen lately, and starting last year in the Summit for the Future, an opening to sensitivity and bringing the issues of digital world in a much more proactive manner. I think that's another place where we have to ensure that this work continues and brings the right frameworks for the different regions, for the different countries to really care. So important. It's the topic of the future. It's for our next generations.
I see that Ursula can wait to start. So could you please share your thoughts on this?
Yes, when you were speaking, something just came to mind. But as women leaders, we're in a unique position, one, to drive more funding towards targeting women in tech entrepreneurship and digital skills for women. One, in driving the conversation. We put it on the agenda so people can't ignore it anymore, because we are there and we will insist that we'll make our voices heard, like Sarah just indicated. I think there's also one unique thing that we can do. I advocated for that, but I wasn't able to do it in Ghana, but I'll share it with you. Let's network as women political leaders. Let's reach young women leaders in our universities, in our high schools, women civil society organizations, and other women's groups, and have a boot camp, a weekend away, and brainstorm, share ideas about how women entrepreneurs, women political leaders, women student leaders can help build the next generation of women leaders who will also impact change in our communities. So we're building bridges across sectors with our shared interest in mind. Like you said, we're women. And that's the one thing that binds us together. We have the same challenges. Same challenges, no matter where in the world we come from, because we are women. Let's use that as a strength and turn that into an opportunity to build the next generation of women leaders who will come and take up the fight after we've gone. And we're never too old to learn. I have an 83-year-old mother who knows more about social media than I do. She's the one who tells me the latest trends because she's always on Facebook or Instagram. 83 years old. And she has a whole new family out there, children who she interacts with there. So it keeps her vibrant, it keeps her alive. So let's use that to also keep engaging. But we have a unique opportunity to drive funding, to keep the issue on the agenda, to develop programs that will enable our young women and girls to get the necessary skills, and to keep the policy decisions that will continue to open up this
I still
space
agree
for
with
us.
you, but we have only 1 minute, and I want to hear from Maria Rachel what you think, and I want to close this panel.
Let me just add that we are women, and that makes all the difference.
Yes.
We are here in this position because we are women. In the Philippines, I am thankful that women have led efforts like Connected Women, where they train women for digital jobs. And we have Go Digital Philippines, where they go to far-flung places so that they can educate women. I think it's also our responsible as leaders of our constituencies to educate the women, the girls, and even the men of the advantages and disadvantages of AI. And to conclude, I know how AI is great and it's here to stay, but let it not replace human intelligence and human capability.
Great.
So,
Thank you very much. So already the end, so we don't have enough time to discuss about this very, very important topic, but we will talk on the other, we will see each other on the other place, I'm sure in that. So a big thank you to our panelists for their outstanding presentations, as well as to Zdenka Popovic and Silvana Koch-Merhin for bringing us together from all over the world. So thank you all for your attention.
Very nice. Very nice.
Excellent moderation. Thank you.
Total harmony, world harmony.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this great panel, and if you could please step down. And it's now time for the fireside chat, stories of a positive future. And we've just heard about the digital future, ethical foundations, and we now go towards sharing some stories. At the heart of leadership lies the ability to earn and sustain trust, often in the most challenging moments. In this fireside chat, Her Excellency Sarah, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Liberia, will share personal stories of resilience, will share personal stories of vision, and will share personal stories of values that guided her through times of doubt and transition. She will be joined in conversation with Women Political Leaders President and Founder, Silvana. You're both welcome to the stage. So I guess I have a few more minutes for you to listen to me a little bit. This is going to be a very interesting topic, a very interesting fireside chat, because it's very rarely in many countries we find that foreign ministry portfolio is held by men. So when it is a woman holding this very important portfolio, especially in the current terrain of the global shift and everything wrong that is happening, I'm sure we can all give a round of applause for Minister Sarah for the great work that she and other female ministers of foreign affairs are doing. Silvana, you're welcome. Madam Minister, you're welcome.
Thank you, MC. So let's sit here.
Just be led.
Thank you very much. Wonderful Master of Ceremonies. Sarah, it's such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much from zigzagging across the globe to come to Montenegro to WPL. I need to share a secret with you. Sarah and I, we go back a long time. We've known each other for a couple of years. I got to know her when Sarah was leading the work of the United Nations in Nepal. She then moved on to an even bigger role in the United Nations, became Assistant Secretary General, and was in charge of South Sudan. Now, this is really not an easy task, but it was you who was the highest ever serving Liberian in the United Nations system. And you decided to leave that, to go back home, to go into politics. And Liberia, I'm not sure how many of you have actually been to Liberia. I know Obi has been there many times. Obi and I, we had the big honor of presenting the former president of Liberia and the first ever woman president of the continent of Africa with the WPL Trailblazer Award. And they were sharing stories about how this sisterhood between Dr. Obi as the then vice president of the World Bank and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf as the president of Liberia, how this helped Liberia's journey into the country that it's now, where you took over the legacy of being the face of Liberia on the international scene. So, I mean, that could be saying a lot about Liberia as a country which is, I think it's the oldest?
Yes, it is.
The oldest republic of Africa, the one with the best English, you were saying as a joke, which also has a bit of a sad background, I suppose. Liberia was founded by freed slaves coming back to Africa, so it's a melting pot also in many ways in African cultures, and this ingrained desire, passion for freedom. And what I wanted to really showcase, and I think your journey is really distilling this, is to never give up. You stood up in a time when, again, it wasn't clear if the democratic, peaceful transition is possible, but it was 2 times already. In a country that has experienced Ebola, many of you might have heard about Liberia the last time when this was in the news, which is a terrible sign for Western news, and which had very confrontational, divided not so far away history. So, but now, Sarah, over to you. I talked so much, but we want to hear from you, but I wanted to give you the context, the framing. And I know you've always been and are a champion for women leaders, and you talk a lot also as a pastor about trust, and that trust is one of the most valuable assets a leader can have. So maybe you can share a bit from your own experience. When was there a moment in your leadership when you felt that the trust that people have in you was challenged, maybe by how this was challenged, and also how did you overcome and restore?
Well, thank you firstly for the opportunity. Always good to see you and always good to be with the WPL family. I've had the honor of serving as moderator before and facilitator for the Reykjavik Forum, and I've been engaged with WPL for some years now, 4 years now, and it's such a source of pride for me. And thanks to you and Dr. Obi for the awards to former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I think that's very, very important, and it's monumental for us as a people. When you look at the issue of trust, I would look at it from 2 perspectives in my current role as Minister of Foreign Affairs and also Dean of the President's Cabinet. The the trust deficit in leadership is a major issue, and especially in the African context where you have a lot of young people who feel that leaders have failed them. But for the experience I would share would be the trust of Liberia. And you mentioned before that now I'm the face of Liberia out there. And many countries had lost trust in Liberia because of our history, because of a lot of, I would say, difficulties we've had along the way. And as Minister of Foreign Affairs, I decided to take that head on. And I decided that I would work to regain the trust of the global community for Liberia. And I would do that by presenting Liberia as the best candidate from Africa to go for the non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council. Liberia is one of only 4 countries that signed the UN Charter, was part of the sign of the League of Nations before that, but had never ever gained the trust and confidence of the member states by 2/3 majority vote to sit for a full term on the UN Security Council. Never, the only country who hadn't. And I decided to bite off that piece, and I took it on. To gain the trust of the African countries was the biggest challenge because of our history, because we're seen as another vote for the US, because Liberia, founded by free slaves, but also free slaves met indigenous Liberians there. 16 tribes were already there. And that relationship led to our war and our chaos, and many didn't trust that we could go there and speak for Africa. Being Africa's oldest republic, we had lost that credibility. And I took on that challenge. And then locally in Liberia, many didn't believe it was possible. Many felt that I was just trying to gain attention. I was just doing this thing to create this whole scheme. But at the end of the day, it wasn't possible. And I'm glad to say that going to meet presidents head on, meeting foreign ministers head on, and indicating to them Liberia's positioning to stand for Africa and to stand to make sure that Africa runs this marathon of trying to get a permanent seat on the Security Council, that they could trust Liberia to do that. I'm glad to say that where we were expected to only get maybe 100 votes or not even get enough votes, 2/3 majority would have required 125 plus votes. We got 181 votes. I thought I'd get a hand clap for that.
Yes, let's do a big
181 votes out of 187 states that voted on that day. And I say this very importantly, getting there also, I had to get the trust of the Liberians that were doing something that mattered for Liberia. So it was a global initiative that had to be grounded locally. And to gain that trust.
Microphone is just disintegrating. Maybe can we have a hand microphone? And Angela, or somebody could, because the microphone, yes, and turn it maybe off. Thank you. I think that's easier. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you, Angela. But to gain that trust locally was also important. We needed for Liberians to know that it wasn't me going to the Security Council. It wasn't President Boyka going to the Security Council. It was Liberia, the sum total of Liberia's experiences, all of the trauma, the war, the efforts in peace building, the efforts in democratic renewal, all of that, the women who led our peace efforts, who prayed for over 21 days in the rain and the sun, those women who really championed our peace. President Sirleaf and Lema Boy were awarded Nobel Peace Prizes for this. But there were women, grassroots women, local women, villagers, who paid the price for our peace, young people. And I wanted them to know that this effort was theirs. And they needed to trust us that this is what this was about. And we gained it. We gained it by getting them involved locally as we worked to take their voices globally.
Well, huge congratulations. Another big applause, please, for this is an enormous success. This is enormous success for Africa, for you, but also for women. And just made me think, isn't it something really absurd? Like, women are the majority of the people around the globe, and yet women are such a small minority in positions like the one that you hold, in top political leadership positions. There's so many Africans on this world, on this planet, and yet you're the one bringing the first time the African continent represented in Security Council. So you gained massive trust, not only from Africa, which is a huge chunk of the global population, but also as a woman, because you were the one negotiating it. How does it feel if that many millions, almost billions of people, women, put the trust in you? How do you keep on standing straight with that massive weight on the shoulders?
Well, I actually believe that the trust that was put in Liberia to go and represent Africa in one of the two non-permanent seats is something that I work for, but something that we all gain together. And other African countries have been sitting in those non-permanent seats, but Liberia had never sat fully in that seat. And one of the things we championed in our campaign was women, peace, and security. Our number one priority in terms of our campaign objectives was to ensure that women, peace, and security, the Beijing plus the Security Council Resolution 1325 will be a priority, and we prioritize the fact that women in Liberia, their voices will be collected. Every time we sit at that table at the highest level, the voices from the women across the country will be taken to that table. And we're working with UN Women, Ministry of Gender, to make sure that we carry their voices forward and carry African voices, women's voices forward to the Security Council.
Thank you. We don't have, very sadly so, that much time, but I would like to ask you a half-personal question, if I may. So at the WPL Summit, you always find a lot of women who are in political leadership roles as members of parliament. Some are in their first terms, some have been there for longer. But I'm sure all of those women who go into politics come there with the ambition to change things. And a position like yours is one where you can change things. You've always also been somebody who very much believes in women networks. Helen Clark, former Prime Minister of New Zealand, is one of your mentors, sponsors. So what would be the advice from your personal experience that you'd give to those women who are in political positions but who aren't foreign minister yet?
I would say, before I go to that answer, allow me to say something. On this journey to taking up that bold step to take Liberia to the Security Council, many men, colleagues, said it was impossible. And I want to really stress that point. And I could have felt defeated and left it because men who were in the position to help were undermining the effort. And it was painful. But the president, President Boyka, he asked me 2 or 3 different times, do you think we can do this? And I kept saying, yes, we can. And he kept supporting me to do that. I really want to give him thanks for that because he had the trust and the confidence, and that matters. Secondly, it was the women colleagues, Minister of Gender, female ministers who said you can do this. The Minister of Gender stayed with me to the end, the Minister of Gender, and I want to honor her in this way. And lastly, I would say, taking the sum total of that experience, I would say to women who want to get into this, who want to follow their heart to serve, don't let anyone deter you, because those who fear you are the ones that will try to stop you. And it's the power you carry within as a woman, because you come with the compassion, you come with the love and the care and the passion that you will do it differently, and that scares men. Don't be deterred and don't be afraid. Take the bold step.
Well, as a moderator, I shouldn't really clap, but I had to. It was, Sarah is really, when you see Sarah, when you hear her, it seems like, yes, it's tough, but you're gonna get there. And it's not that easy. It's really not that easy. You are dealing with, you have dealt with threats to your safety, security, of your loved ones, and you manage nevertheless because you feel this is worth what you're doing, right? So give us another really great message, because it's just too good to listen to you. Sorry, I can't stop yet listening to her, and I hope you feel the same. And then promise, trust me, we will go out for lunch, but I'd like to hear from Sarah just where do you get this energy, this strength from? Because when we had a chat, you shared with me some stories, which are, those things, and we all have those stories. They're happening because there is a fear that you get too strong, too powerful, that you actually stay in power. And there is these systemic barriers that we try to very much show through the work that we do at WPL, to show, well, this is not a coincidence that women have to deal with too much physical touching, too many misogynist comments, too many this, that, and the other. It's to belittle women. So how do you keep on going nevertheless? Just give us some good news here.
So you know me for always saying the facts to you, Savannah, so I will say the truth. There's something bigger than me. And it's a call that I feel that spiritually I've been called to serve and serve a purpose that's bigger than me. So I hold on to my spiritual belonging. I hold on very firmly to that. But I also believe so much in this world. I believe in Liberia, and I believe in what is good. I truly believe in a just and peaceful world. I truly believe that we have more women in leadership, the world will be a better place. I always say if there were 2 women at the leadership in Sudan, Sudan would not be in crisis right now. I really do believe that it can be a better place. It's a hard place, and you mentioned Helen Clark. I'll mention her one time. We're speaking, and she told me, she said, one of the biggest issues women face is their security. Because everything about you and your security will be, contextualized as this woman is afraid, this woman can't do this woman. And then meanwhile, they actually are attacking you and so forth and so on. And we talk about the issue of social media attacks, bullying, and I've been through a lot of it that I never expected, but there's something bigger than me that says that women before me, like Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and I recently wrote her a personal letter, because of the price that women before me have paid, we owe it to them to continue to carry on the mantle and to pass it on to generations after us. They paid the price, we have to pay the price so that our daughters and the girls unborn will reach that place where women become the majority of the leaders in the world.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tara. And I think this is a perfect interruption now for lunch before we go over to the parliament. Let's just remember, we owe it to the next generation, and Obi saying, let's not get tired. Thank you very much.
Let us please join our hands to thank all our speakers with a hearty round of applause. At this time, I would like to invite all of you to break for lunch. Our team and ushers will point you to the right direction. And please note that the departure to the Parliament of Montenegro will commence exactly at 3 p.m. and 3 p.m. sharp. So please, let's keep an eye on our watches and meet at the entrance of the hotel. We will have a family photo in front of the Parliament building, after which those of you who are making a national delegation statement will be accompanied into the Parliament hemicycle by our wonderful ushers. For those of you not officially appointed to make a national delegation statement or not part of an official delegation, please be prepared to be escorted to your policy-focused sessions happening simultaneously in the Parliament building. Again, if you have not pre-registered, don't worry, see one of our members of WPL and you'll be able to join. In the blue salon, we will have the FemAI Global AI Lab by GIZ and Smart Africa. And this session is important, and it's about moving women leaders from being on the sidelines of the table to being at the center of the table. We're going to hear how women leaders are not just benefiting from AI, but also actively shaping policies, decisions, and guiding it. Through the FemAI Global Lab, of which is a flagship project of WPL, we are going to hear from African women political leaders who are bringing their voices and leadership right to the center of the global AI debate. And in the red salon, we will continue the conversation around women's health, specifically advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights, with the WHO and WPL's Global Ambassador for Women's Political Health, Senator from Belgium. I would also like to remind everyone that at 6 p.m., the bus shuttle will be leaving the Parliament to the venue of the WPL Awards ceremony. And we're going to be guided on that process. And the award ceremony will be followed by a welcome dinner, and there'll be shuttle buses to bring you back to the point of departure. Please don't hesitate to approach any one of us, and let's enjoy the rest of the day. Bon appetit, have a great lunch. Thank you.